Hello, welcome to today's stream. We're gonna be hanging out actually with Elden Ring. I don't got much, like, I don't know. At the moment, I'm just kind of like chilling with certain things. I'm just kind of like, I guess I'm like, I'm kind of marinating some ideas actually. So yeah. Yeah, it's kind of confusing to kind of like, how do I put it? Making things work in a certain way because, like, yeah. Yeah, it's like, it's not exactly like it's kind of weird actually. Like the world is not exactly as sometimes people paint it, and more often than not, it's just like, okay, who are you getting out of what, and what you're doing for what purpose and why. So yeah, it's kind of weird, honestly. It's just yeah, it's like, as a person, I suddenly kind of like understand that a lot of the things that happen are much more complicated than most people think. And the more enthusiastic you are about something, about making some change about something, the more likely you don't understand what other people's lives are really like, basically. Which is kind of weird, actually. Really, it's like, it's all fun and games until you actually have to deal with the problems of other people, I think. Like that's kind of like the core aspect of everything, really. So it's kind of, so because of it, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, it's like, as a person. Oh wait, why did it switch so quickly? What the hell? Wait, it's like, for whatever reason, it just switches so quickly. Anyway, so yeah, it's like, me as a person, I'm kind of starting to realize that it's like, I mean, being idealistic is not a terrible thing, actually. Like, it's not, but it's like the possibilities of why you're being idealistic, it's for one reason and one reason only, which is, most people just don't understand what a lot of the ideas imply, basically. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, it's kind of like when you think that, it's kind of like the Patrick strategy, isn't it? It's like, why don't we take this city and push it further or something? It's like, yeah, that sounds like an incredible idea, Patrick, but it's not gonna work. I mean, do we have the capacity to push a city onto another place? And even if we do, is it gonna be safe from everything? Probably not. That's gonna be the thing. So yeah, it's like, when it comes to life in general, a lot of people kind of like, when you actually are dealing with big problems, whenever you're actually dealing with this with the structure of society, whenever you're actually observing what happens when certain things happen, you kind of realize as a person that it's like, yeah, there's going to be dumb people who are going to say that the simplest solution is the best, and maybe it does work if people believe hard enough on it, basically. But it's like, but again, it's like, for everybody to be kind of like satisfied about something, it's a more complicated thing, really. And it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's like, a unilateral idea is beautiful to the people who are only bubbled within their unilateral world, basically. Like, if we're completely honest, that's kind of what it is, really. It's like, if you're living in a small world, in a small box, and the only thing that you care about in that small box is what you're gonna eat tomorrow, and if you have the capacity to take a shit, well, yeah, the capacity of your ideas are going to be limited around that, basically. And it's going to be way more complicated to actually like manage something that is accurate, basically. So yeah, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's like, yeah, if you think about it, the internet is basically that. Really, is like a lot of people who are so self-entitled and so self-absorbed with their own ideas, and they're happy within their own ideas, basically. So much so that from time to time, if people believe hard enough in those dumb ideas, they can work, but temporarily, or it can work in a unilateral way, which can destroy, um, which can get you destroyed if you don't actually if you aren't actually observant of what is happening specifically. So yeah, it kind of becomes that kind of thing, really, and it's much more complicated than it looks specifically, because like yeah, when it comes to like obeying orders out of like somebody, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's like, yeah, I mean, if you subscribe to an idea, right? You subscribe to a couple of ideas, and they're like, oh, look at that. Look at this fucking idiot that he did something on the internet. Wow, let's laugh at him. It's like it kind of becomes this kind of thing where we're like suddenly, more often than not, the people on the internet are the dumbest people on earth, and they think that they're the smartest, actually. That's kind of like the funniest shit of it all. And it's like a lot of people kind of feel like they're in an exclusive club because they're saying exactly the same things that people are saying, basically. And it's like, and again, it's like it's exclusive until they're not part of the club. Then suddenly it's like, oh yeah, no, it's suddenly not really exclusive. It's just a bunch of dumb people trying to like survive in their stupid like fairy tale world about bullshit, basically. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It kind of becomes this kind of thing where like strategically, if you believe that a person has the capacity to contain a bunch of people, well, that is possible. They will contain that amount of people, but they will not necessarily be the most functional, basically, or they will not be the most accurate. The only thing that they kind of care about is just how they can get to point B, basically. No matter how many corpses they leave behind on the road, basically. So that's kind of the thing, and it's like, unfortunately, from my observations, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's like, yeah, it's like sometimes validating people doesn't do them any good. Basically, it really doesn't. Like validating people who are stupid doesn't make any sense, actually. Or I don't know. Basically, validating people who are unexperienced about a specific topic makes them think that they have the capacity to do everything, basically. And it's like sometimes that's not a terrible thing. Sometimes that motivates them into learning something new, definitely. But it's like it's not necessarily the objective that people necessarily want, basically. It really isn't the objective that people want specifically, and the outcome that people want sometimes it's very contrasting on what people can believe in a particular instance, really. So so yeah, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's like, yeah, no matter what kind of like attitude you take towards life, really, is like your opinions and your beliefs about something can change if something is no longer convenient to you, basically. And that's kind of the thing. I think that is like beyond emotional intelligence and beyond attachment. When the attachment of a person kind of does get out of control a little bit, it can cause like a bunch of chaos, basically, because it can essentially make everybody just think that they can do whatever the fuck they want. And it's like, and again, it's like allowing people do whatever the fuck they want is not necessarily going to be beneficial to you, basically. Agreeing with somebody who thinks that they can do whatever the fuck they want is not necessarily what benefits me or benefits you. It's just that sometimes people who are insecure or like, I don't know how to put it, basically, or feel powerless have the necessity to agree with people who are chanting exactly the same thing, basically, and kind of like disguise themselves inside of the mob, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really, when it comes to like life. Really, it's much more complicated than it looks, and the people who are just gonna be like, "Hey, that cool story, bro," are most likely the people who are not benefiting from your success, basically. Specifically because they hate you sometimes. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's like sometimes you really cannot idolize people that absolutely despise you. Really, that's kind of the problem, really. Um, so yeah, that is kind of the thing, and it's like, again, attitudes are not like, the attitude of people can definitely change according to the situation or something. It can definitely change. Um, if something that if people get too, I mean, how do I put it? If people get away with too many things, basically, and people kind of agree with them getting away with too many things, it can create like this kind of like toxic system where like everything that a person is doing is perfect and their word is everything. And again, it's like, even if that involves like the destruction of like a lifestyle of everybody in the process, basically. So yeah, it's like, and again, it's like, it's not good guys against bad guys. It definitely isn't, actually. Like, the more that I'm learning about people, the more I'm like, what kind of dumb stupid idiot looks at the world as good versus bad, actually? Like, definitely, like, only a like a small brain thinks in that, like, or like very inexperienced person. Like, how do I put it? Only a very inexperienced person or a very stupid person believes in that kind of system, actually. Like, that's kind of the thing, really. It's like, everything is much more complicated than you think, specifically. And again, it's like, you sometimes do have to prop the right people on the right spot so they can actually boost the right people on the right time on the right spot, and let them not get out of control because you're boosting them a little bit too much. And it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, what exactly do you do in certain situations? What do you boost? What do you boost exactly? Who do you like prop up? Who do you prop down in order for people to kind of like feel satisfied about something or content about something? How do people feel happy that something is happening, really? And how can we get people be happy without getting a little bit out of control, basically? Because I kind of realized this about a little bit about my observations with like media in general, specifically some anime that I have in mind, basically, and the metaphorical like symbolism that some of the authors have put through, basically, which is kind of like specifically, happiness is kind of like the cure to like depression, if you think about it, really. And the thing is, like, a lot of people can get really happy depending on their attitude, specifically. Like, for example, a woman can feel very happy that that somebody misses them, but not necessarily because they like them or anything. It's just because sometimes some women do like to use others men's feelings as a way for them to feel validated, specifically. And that's kind of the thing, really. That's kind of the point sometimes. That kind of like makes me scratch my head a little bit, basically, because like I don't know, like sometimes like women are so insecure that they really need the validation of guys literally slobbering on their fucking like toes, basically. And that's kind of the problem, really, sometimes when it comes to like the modern woman. If you think about it, like I'm not trying to be misogynistic, but I'm gonna be casually misogynistic. I'm gonna be like how do I put it? I'm gonna be level-headed misogyny, basically, because like again, loving women, loving everything that women do is toxic behavior, really. It's sometimes it's throwing them into the fire so they burn themselves and they die off themselves over their stupid decisions, basically. So again, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like um you don't shove a woman into the fire just because the fire looks pretty, basically. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's like, oh, look at that. There's a bucket of KFC over there. Looks pretty beautiful. Looks pretty nice. You can knock yourself out, girl. Oh damn. Okay. Go at it, you stupid bitch. And people kind of like motivate her to go into that kind of thing, and she gets incredibly fat, and then she ends up crying because nobody cares about her anymore, basically. But because everybody loved everything that this girl was doing at a particular given time, well, everybody was just like, well, we were just loving women in every aspect of their lives, basically. And it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, okay, so if that is the case, maybe sometimes loving women is not the solution to everything. Loving everything that women do is not the solution to a happy life, even for women, basically. Specifically because it's like, again, it doesn't make a lot of sense to do that specifically, really. Kind of the same thing with like vanity. Is like some women get obsessed over like how ugly they are, and they sometimes get surgery over something, and they're like, oh well, I'm so ugly, nobody's gonna like me, and they get like a bunch of surgeries along with it. And it's like, yeah, sometimes they get a little bit too out of control to the point that they're just like, oh man, I feel secure about myself now. They spent thousands of dollars on something, and now they're beautiful, and like they don't have anything else besides their kind of like fake beauty that sometimes people are not necessarily going to like about them anyway, so because of their personality or whatever, basically. So so yeah, it's exactly that kind of thing a little bit, basically, where it's just like, I don't know specifically. It's like love love is okay, like affection is not necessarily love. um Love can manifest in multiple ways. Love is kind of it's logical if you think about it. Love is unnecessarily a logical thing for people to kind of like enjoy their lives in the best way that they can enjoy it, basically. And yeah, it's very, to care about somebody doesn't mean to be like being happy about everything that being happy about everything that people do, basically. It really isn't. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. And it's like inexperienced men in general, they're kind of like the culprits of everything, really. Because it's like, yeah, as a guy, basically you can learn to say exactly the perfect words to get the attention of a girl, basically. Like that's kind of the thing, really. That is a skill that you can totally learn, and you can learn how to start a conversation with a girl, basically. And that's a skill, right? It's a skill. But the problem really is when you think that that's the only thing that you need to know in order for you to have a happy relationship, basically. it's like it's like, yeah, they've gone through point A, but now they have to deal with point B, point C, point D, point E, point whatever the fuck that comes after it. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Like, I think, I think it's just the fact that our generation, kind of, well, millennials in general, they got overprotected because the generation before us dealt with some bullshit, basically. And it's like, yeah, no, it's like everybody is gonna deal with some bullshit, basically. Every generation is gonna deal with some bullshit, and in specifically my generation, what it looks like is that they're dealing with some stupid bullshit. It's the same way that probably our parents kind of dealt with, but in a different manner, basically, and in a different economy, definitely. So yeah, it's so yeah. In short, it's just like people with power are always going to try to make things more difficult for people who don't have power in order for them to get power, because people who are incredibly powerful want to maintain that power in order for them to feel safe that nobody is going to ever like hurt them in some shape or form, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's the thing, really, when it comes to like bravery, cowardice, uh life, motivating the right people, motivating like being having a healthy relationship about with somebody of the opposite sex. It's just a lot of work that a lot of people kind of avoid just so they feel like they're above everything, really. And again, it's like avoiding something doesn't mean that you're above it. It just kind of means that specifically you never you never bothered to tackle the problem, really. And it's like, if I'm completely honest with you, that's kind of like the theme of my generation, basically. That's the theme of our generation. It's like, yeah, well, we're too smart to fall into a pit that everybody has fallen into, which is life. We're going to refrain from living life because that way life won't fuck us, basically. And again, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, sure, but now you're bored and you got nothing to do, and people just and the moment that you try to enter the world, it's going to fuck you anyway. So it's kind of like, yeah, well, what do you do at that situation, really? What exactly do you try to do at that situation? And it's like, if you truly think that truly think that you're smart, well, you're gonna have to be smart about the situations that you're going through, basically. And it's like, you kind of have to prove that you're smart in some shape or form, basically. And that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like, as a person, you do have to prove that you're smart. You can play off that you're smart by not playing certain games, but like, you in some shape or form, you really do have to prove that you're smart about certain things. And I think that terrifies a lot of people. I think it definitely terrifies way too many people. And yeah, there's reasons to be terrified about it, basically. But yeah, if you want to enjoy like life, you kind of have to tackle it, and you kind of have to be observant over what is really happening on certain like points in other people's lives, basically. And it's because, like, specifically, I kind of like I kind of realized this from like a lot of from like lifestyles in general, basically. Because it's like, I, I kind of realized this about the world, basically. It's like, I'll just give you the easiest example ever, basically. It's like, let's say that your dad is a fireman, basically, or any kind of dangerous job, basically. Your dad is a fireman, and he has to he has to save people, and sometimes he's gonna get injured, and he's sometimes gonna get burned, and he's gonna be saving people from time to time, basically, when tragedy is close to them, basically. Let's just say that that's your dad's job for a second. Okay. Do you think that the family that is connected to the fireman is not going to feel anguish that maybe their dad is not going to come back the next day because he got burnt alive. And it's like, yeah, probably sometimes that's kind of the thing, really. Sometimes some people kind of like go through that kind of things whenever a family member gets injured while they're working, basically. And it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's like, yeah, I mean, you can trust as much as you can to for somebody to do something, but sometimes injuries are kind of inevitable, specifically. And again, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, uh well, what do you think it's going to be the anguish of people whenever something bad actually happens? And it's just like, well, who knows, really? Do you think that they're going to be stable because they're going to be fearful? It's like, yeah, well, the family has to like have the same mindset that the fireman in some shape or form, basically. And it's like that doesn't always happen. Basically, that doesn't always happen. It's there's always like complications about why certain people just cannot deal with certain things. Maybe the mother is like a little bit anguished about certain things, or maybe she finds it incredibly attractive, which is also a possibility. But yeah, it's like not every person is going to be the same, and depending on what kind of people you're dealing with, their families can succeed or collapse specifically. And yeah, that's kind of like the whole point of everything, really. It's like depending on the situation that certain people are going to go through, their lives are going to be different and they're going to deal with problems in a different way, basically. Specifically, even more with people who are dealing with dangerous jobs, specifically. Like any job that puts you in danger, it's kind of like it kind of puts pressure onto a family, specifically. Like regardless if it's like a dad or like a son or like a daughter of somebody, well, yeah, it is going to put pressure on the family that person belongs to. And again, it's like that pressure sometimes is not something that people really want out of their lives, basically. And a lot of people are going to be like, well, you shouldn't be selfish and become a policeman, or you shouldn't be selfish and not become something that you really want that is very dangerous, or a stuntman or something. Don't be dangerous like that. Don't be stupid. Don't be that guy. Don't put yourself in danger ever. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's like, yeah, it's how do I put it? Coming like let me put it like this: coming from a family that has always been from um well, very pacific, like pacifist kind of, quote unquote. um and yeah, coming from the other half of the family being part of like some dangerous job as well, I can kind of conclude that it's just like, yeah, no, the ambience of certain things are completely different. The anxiety can manifest differently, and again, because the anxiety of people can manifest in a different way. Like algorithms in some shape or form have kind of helped a little bit to kind of like keep people calm and control their anxiety, basically. But it has also caused anxiety within that system to create more problems. Well, different problems than that we were used to in some shape or form, basically. So yeah, again, it's like sometimes if we're absolutely honest, we kind of like changed the problem, and we took a problem and changed it. We didn't necessarily fix it entirely. We just focused the anxiety of people onto another type of setting, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's not a clean work, but it's better sometimes, or it's worse sometimes, basically, depending on who you're asking, really. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's like life is very complicated depending on where you're coming from, specifically. Depending on what kind of person you're coming from, what kind of family you're coming from, what kind of job they're dealing with, what kind of like hope and expectations they have out of life, and what kind of inflation they want to go towards. if their job involves any kind of danger, sometimes it's going to put pressure, unwanted pressure onto families that they don't necessarily have to deal with it, basically. So yeah, like it's very difficult. It's very difficult, and it's just like I feel like naive people, people who are very idealistic or very philosophical sometimes. Yeah, their philosophy. I mean, for example, I'm very philosophical in certain aspects. It's like, yeah, like even within my philosophy, I kind of like understand that it's just like the our condition makes it difficult for us to be absolutely right about everything. If you're actually truly desiring to understand the situation, basically. And idealism, while it's a very powerful thing for people to be excited about and to make people incredibly happy about something, that idealism is sometimes destroying the structure that people have tried to build in order for them to survive, basically. And again, it's like that idealism is kind of like the root of all destruction from time to time, basically. It's just like, yeah, no, that idealism is going to destroy us at some point if we're not observant enough of what already exists and the reasons why they already exist, basically. Because people are going to be unhappy and they're going to try to collapse society at that point, basically. So, so yeah, it is kind of like a complicated setting in a lot of ways, and just being flamboyantly ignorant about something makes it very difficult for you to kind of like approach the real problems and to make everybody be satisfied about their lives that they're going through. Like it really becomes very difficult to satisfy everybody's lives. It really becomes like an incredibly difficult thing to do. Specifically, it's really difficult. It's really difficult to come to a conclusion to make everybody happy, basically. And it's like a lot of people kind of, I feel like personally speaking, a lot of people kind of like justify themselves, justified a lot of cruel acts in order for them to make everybody feel happy. Because like again, it's like some people are very are like huge people that are unwanted out of society, basically. And because nobody wants them to be happy. And if nobody wants them to be happy, well, they kind of like end up just being manipulated by everybody. And again, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, well, I don't know, like in some level, everybody has felt worthless at some point in their lives, basically, because they were not at the spot that they wanted to be, basically, and because they kind of, because they've been in that place, they can kind of understand that everybody is capable of being in that place, really. And if that is the case, it kind of becomes very difficult to push kind of like an idealist world where people get like publicly humiliated. How do I put it? Publicly humiliated for fun. Like at some point when I become observant of that situation, I just kind of become this kind of person that I'm just like, no, it just kind of sounds like somebody didn't really want to deal with this anymore and they just gave up. And because they gave up, well, they just everybody, and because everybody gave up, now everybody has a problem, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Like it's very difficult to come into a conclusion where like where people can become functional with, well, quote unquote functional, where people can have a purpose for their existence, basically. Because again, it's like we have to be honest as well. A lot of people think that a lot of jobs are kind of like worthless, and that belief isn't necessarily accurate. It's just preferential, basically. Specifically, because it's like there are people out there who think that having a music degree is worthless. There are people who actually do think that that is an absolutely worthless degree to have to have like a music competition, have a music composition degree is like the most worthless thing that you'll ever like do, right? But it's like if we're absolutely honest about the situation and the essence of what we are as human beings, every degree can be useless if you don't dedicate yourself to it. That's kind of the thing, really. Any degree is useless if you don't believe what you actually studied. Any degree is absolutely useless if you think that you cannot enrich the lives of others. Basically, it's like, yeah, me personally, I kind of have like have an observation and preference over degrees that kind of like are kind of like STEM a little bit. Like STEM degrees are kind of like the interesting ones, quote unquote. But it's also the fact that it's just like, yeah, they're kind of like the most necessary in life because everybody's gonna deal with that kind of aspect of life at some point. And yeah, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense to favor that kind of thing, but when it comes to enriching our lives, basically, it's much more complicated than just sticking to those. Basically, it's a matter of belief. When it comes to like when you can solve a situation, basically, how can you solve a situation? Do you think that you can solve a situation with the knowledge that you have? It's like, yeah, maybe sometimes, basically. So yeah, it's like human life is so complex that we really kind of like think that we have the solution to everything, and when we actually face it, we don't really know how to face it until we get the tools to do so. And even when you get the tools to do so, you kind of like you don't always get the answer that you need, basically. So yeah, it's kind of complicated. Basically, it really is complicated. And when it comes to like, I mean, when it comes to like AI, where it can replicate a lot of like human behavior, basically, um, yeah, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, no, it's yeah, you can replace a lot of human behavior with that thing, scientific behavior, even medical behavior, even, but well, not everything. Actually, ironically, no. Actually, no, not everything. Not necessarily everything. Definitely not, actually. Yeah, actually, in medicine, AI can replace humans in certain things, but it really cannot replace in some others, basically. Specifically because medicine does need um kind of like a psychological reinforcement about something. So yeah, there are things like, again, AI can replicate a lot of things, but it really cannot it cannot heal certain psychological things that can cause disease, basically. And it's kind of curious when I look at AI art in general. If you think about it, AI art is a disease machine, basically. If you think about it, it's a machine that can cause disease onto people. It's a machine that can cause enough mental distress to people that can make them sick, basically. It's a machine for getting it's a get everybody sick machine kind of situation, basically. So it's like, if anything, it's kind of like AI is, while it kind of sounds funny and quirky, it's a disease if you actually look at it hard enough. Really, it really is a disease. It's a disease that can kill human beings if objectively. Like objectively speaking, it does kill human beings. And it's like a machine that is supposed to make the lives of people less like, okay, how do I put it? a machine that is supposed to make the lives of human beings better is ultimately, while attempting to do so, is killing people because it's taking away their will to live, as there's nothing else for them to do for themselves, basically, and to never have any purpose for themselves, since a machine can do it for them specifically. And if that is the case, we can actually conclude that AI is kind of like, it's specifically like a disease specifically that can infect the minds of people and make them feel like they are worthless, and it can kill them. It can psychologically kill them slowly, which again, if you can kill somebody psychologically, their body will follow afterwards. So again, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, I mean, AI kind of like a fun thing to do, kind of like a new funny trend that can that can save you a lot of work, but that's not the point. Basically, saving your work isn't always the point of existence, really. Like if saving energy, if save okay, let me put it like this: if saving energy and if saving okay, how do I put it? And if saving trouble and eliminating problems is the objective of AI, then AI should kill everybody in this planet, because then that way we will never have problems anymore. Like, legitimately, even the richest man will have a problem if he's the only man standing and he has 100 women to his usage. Like, even in that world, the man will have 100 problems to deal with. Like, you can be the harem king, you can be the richest man with 100 women to fuck and choose whenever the time is right. You can be that man, right? You can be the smartest person in that universe, and you can kill everybody, and you can be 101, one man, 100 women, and maybe that's kind of how you want to live your life, basically. But even in that life, you will have to deal with 100 women's problems. And if you're going to be dealing with 100 women's problems because they don't get enough attention or affection or whatever the fuck, at some point you're going to want to kill them off, because this girl, while she's nice, well, I guess I'm going to put her into cryogenic sleep so that she never bothers me anymore until I kind of fancy her again and I can use her as an object again, basically. And if you're using her as an object, do you think that she's gonna feel like depressed enough to want to kill herself and eliminate herself? Well, yeah, that's gonna be a thing as well. That's gonna be a thing, really. That's gonna happen to that woman at that point, basically. If she doesn't feel valued enough, because there's 100 women that are competing for your attention at that point, basically. So yeah, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where, like, even if algorithmically a data, well, how do I put it, a tech wizard has the power to get as much coochie as they want, even in that universe, they will find a reason for them to hate the condition that they're in. They're gonna despise the condition, the absolute position that they put themselves in, and they're gonna want to try to solve it by eliminating those problems, because it becomes more convenient for them to not deal with the problems. And that will be the end of humanity. Just one sad fucker with like a huge console that can manipulate all people's thoughts, and nobody else to kind of like to kind of share that kind of situation, because he eliminated all the competition, basically. So yeah, it's like, even in the fantasy world of a man, that fantasy will become a nightmare if you live long enough in that life specifically. The same way that a person can like I don't know how to put it. The same way that giving people freedom for them to do their own choices can cause chaos if that freedom does not get controlled. And the same way that people who have no freedom will ultimately suffer because their suffering will inevitably push them to get out of that cage of like oppression, basically. So yeah, it's inevitable, basically. No matter what you do, people will always find a way for them to feel like it's not enough. It's never gonna be enough. It's never gonna be sufficient. You're always going to want to have something new on the corner. But as well, you're sometimes as a person you want a little bit of familiarity as well. And again, it's like if you don't get the check boxes filled on every single aspect of your small little life, you're gonna feel sad that there were no other options left that you could have chosen because you eliminated all the competition, basically. So yeah, ultimately speaking, life is complicated, and it's supposed to be complicated. It's supposed to be complicated so that we have enough chances for us to enjoy it. Really, that's kind of the thing. Really, life is supposed to be complicated. Life is supposed to have a lot of options, and life isn't supposed to fix every aspect of our lives by a computer. Basically, it isn't always the solution to everything. It can really help you preserve yourself, but it doesn't teach you how to live, or it doesn't teach you how to enjoy things. You teach yourself that specifically. And yeah, sometimes the social pressure like kind of like pushes you to enjoy things in a different way, basically because they want your attention in some shape or form. And it's like, yeah, well, that's also valid, I guess. It's like if society wants your attention, well, yeah, I mean, the only rational thing to do is kind of like give them a little bit of attention, and kind of like understand what they're kind of saying. And also, if they're saying stupid shit, if people are saying stupid shit, you have learned that they're saying stupid shit, and that you have to ignore the stupid shit that they're saying, basically. Or you have to ignore the stupid decisions that they're doing in order for them to not go into a specific direction that is inconvenient to you, basically. So yeah, so yeah, essentially, it's just like in the world, there's always going to be people who think that they're going to be more right than everybody else. There's always going to be a swift change that is going to try to convince everybody that this is the right thing to do. People are going to get exhausted of that right thing to do, and they're going to find another way to live life in a different right thing to do, in order for everybody to feel free enough, but also constrained by the responsibilities that interacting with other people kind of like convey, basically. So yeah, it's life is such a fucking headache. That, in conclusion, life is a fucking headache, and it's always going to be a fucking headache. It really is. It will always be a fucking headache. There's no avoiding it. Literally no fucking way to avoid it. Really. So yeah, anyway, let's get to the game, shall we? Yeah. Sorry, I ranted a little bit too much, basically. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was dealing with this shit. Look, okay, who's ready for a motherfucking who's ready for 2 hours of this shit constantly? Who's ready for a battle that is gonna last 3 hours or potentially the entire stream? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, well, okay, cool. So yeah, it's like again, it's like from my perspective, basically, it's just life is already complicated in a digital setting. Like that's kind of the funny thing about it. Really, I kind of like had to stop to think about it. Basically, it's just like, how do I put it? Is that there are people who go outside all the fucking time and they think that their lives are complicated because they kind of have to do the jobs that they're doing. Basically, they are going through that type of setting, and again, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, well, because it's complicated, people might want something small in order for them to kind of like feel satisfied. And I kind of observe that through like simulation games that are put on stream. That is just like they see there seems to be like a lot of simulation games that kind of encourage people to be like, oh hey, what about being a bartender or like tavern type of shit, so people can feel happy that you're coming into a place where it's just cozy for people to hang out or something. And it's kind of like in some shape or form I kind of have to be a little bit observant and think, well, that's kind of the thing. It's just like technology has made it so easy for people to be pedantic and to feel worthless if they're not on the top of the world, basically. It's like, it's not a terrible thing to have fantasy where you're beating a huge titan. Like, it's not a terrible thing to have fantasy like that. But if you don't get that fantasy where you're beating down a titan, you can feel worthless because you're not doing enough with your life, basically. And that's kind of the thing, really, when it comes to like the human mind, basically. Like, if you think about it, fantasy is not the problem. The problem is just that it's just that the problem is just that people are autistic, and I guess people are autistic. That I think that's kind of the thing. I think that's the problem. It's just like people are autistic enough to not to not be able to sell an idea properly. Basically, people are terrible at the modern man is terrible at selling ideas because they don't believe the ideas that they're trying to sell. Basically, it's like that's kind of like the pedantic attitude that a programmer has, basically. And let's be honest, if you've lived in the digital era, you at least tried to program something at some point in your life, basically. And again, it's like because you feel like you're that pedantic asshole that needs to dictate everything that people are doing through the ability of programming certain things. You feel validated that you're the one that is supposed to give the orders to everybody else around you, basically. And again, that's kind of like a psychology of somebody who is ultimately trying to make people do things that they don't want to do sometimes. And again, it's like it's a good thing. It's a good thing to kind of like try new things, but it's like, but because programmers are pedantic enough to think that they're above everything else because they can program people, they sell the idea in the most terrible, fucking awful way, and they're so autistic that they don't know how to sell an idea, basically. Like, they just don't have any idea how to deal with people, basically. And I think that's also part of the problem, basically, when it comes to like customer service, basically. Is like, yeah, you can be the most logical person in the room and still be a fucking idiot and how to deal with people, basically. like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, and so that's something that people who are programmers do need to learn. Basically, programmers need to learn how to deal with people, so that they're not autistic pieces of shit that don't know anything else other than to think that they're superior over everything. So yeah. And it's like, just because you're a programmer doesn't mean that you're a good programmer, I guess. Ouch. Like, that's kind of like the funny thing about it, really. It's like, just because you're a programmer doesn't mean that you're a good one. If you cannot understand the emotions of people, that you're kind of like a bad programmer, basically, because you don't have enough. You don't have the big enough toolkit for you to understand that you're programming for another human being. Basically, you're trying to make their lives better. You're not trying to. I mean, yeah, maybe you're trying to make your life better, but it's like, if you're making a product, you're trying to make somebody's life better as a consequence as well. And again, it kind of becomes that kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, sometimes programmers just try to solve problems that don't exist. And sometimes they create problems so that the problems that they get fixed out of that situation become the cure to everything. And again, it's just like, you just made a problem so you can sell the solution yourself. So in short, stupid programmers, in short, it just means that there's stupid programmers in the world. There's literally retardation in people who are able to program, that they're able to create problems, and there's people who are stupid enough to not know what to do whenever the box of Pandora has been opened, because now somebody else has to clean the mess that you did, basically. Okay, fuck. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's just like, again, it's all about quality of life, really. You don't Sometimes you don't try to push something for the sake of erasing somebody's capability of doing something. You can say that it's for the sake of competition, you can say that. But if that competition destroys the lives of millions of people, well, at that point, that's not competition. That's just you being stupid at that point. Or naive, basically. Oh my fucking god. And you know what's the funniest shit? I guess I should put it like this. Actually, whenever I die, I'd probably talk about it. Basically, I guess this is kind of like the key focal point of the human condition and human existence. Basically, if a programmer is truly as smart as he claims to be, why not program your own body to be as attractive and strong as it can be? Your body is data that is if your body is organized data, it is genetic data that has been arranged inside of you, and that has been generated over thousands, if not millions of years at this point. Specifically, life got programmed itself by causality or casualty. I don't know, whichever it was, basically. But again, it's just like it got programmed out of like a huge range of situations that led you to this point. If you're a programmer and you have the ability to create beautiful things with your own abilities, why not do the most basic level of programming and lift some weights, you fat fuck? That is the most basic way that you can program something. Program your muscles into becoming something strong so that you can look attractive to some bitches, you fucking ugly piece of shit. So yeah, that's kind of like that. And yeah, maybe you can program your charisma levels so that people actually like you instead of just being a fucking ugly piece of shit, ugly, muscleless, uncharismatic piece of shit that doesn't know anything. That the only thing that they know is just to ruin other people's lives so that they look better. So yeah, so those people need to go fuck themselves. Actually, really. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. If you think about it, lifting weights is the most basic level of programming that a programmer can do, essentially. Like, unironically. Like, really. Or doing cardio or something, I don't know. Oh, what the fuck? One shot. Great. Okay, well, that's kind of the thing, really. what the fuck? Okay, well, this battle is gonna be a fucking piece of shit headache. I can already tell. God damn it. But yeah, it's like, actually, like, dude, I kind of have to be real with you for like 20 seconds, actually. It's like the condition that I'm in basically kind of like forces me to do a little bit more Spanish streams because, like, objectively speaking, I have to be observant over everything, really. It's like, for the longest time, I was kind of like obsessed with other cultures other than my own, basically, because I was like, yeah, no, this culture has a lot of problems, basically. This culture is shit or whatever the fuck. And it's just like, it kind of got to this point where I kind of like scratched my head around the condition that people go through. And then I kind of opened my eyes for a little bit and I kind of realized, well, everybody's shit if you think about it. Every country is shit. Every country has shitty situations, basically. I mean, yeah, do you want a better lifestyle? Why don't you look at the shittiest part of the country that you want to go in, and you'll realize that it's not as good as it looks, basically. And it's like, yeah, no, maybe it isn't. Maybe there's a lot of like technology and shit. Maybe that's kind of like your objective, but it's kind of like this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, you just cannot be too happy and satisfied over like other people's like things that they have generated, because at the end of the day, you're supposed to do something for yourself, basically. And it's like, yeah, I think that's kind of like the core aspect of everything, basically. It's like, what do you have to do for yourself? Do you have to do something for yourself? Like maybe you do something for other people, and that's kind of your motivation, so that other people can look at what you're doing, which is kind of like, yeah, that's totally fair, basically. But like that attitude, you will find a lot of like reasons to be depressed if you think of that mentality, because the world will ultimately decide who you're supposed to be, basically. So yeah, it kind of becomes that kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, no, as a person, as an individual, you kind of do have to understand that everything that you're doing is going to be for yourself. That's the only thing that you can do. Even if you're looking for you to be less lonely, in order for you to not feel lonely in the room full of people, you kind of have to understand what you're actually made of, basically. What you are actually made of. If you understand what you're actually made of, you can actually start doing things for yourself, basically. Oh, fuck. God fucking damn it. I hate this thing. Okay, how am I gonna do this, actually? Man, I'm so tired, actually. I did sleep, like, what is it? Like, I fell asleep at 6, then I slept for like an hour. Then I fell asleep again. Like another hour, 2 hours, then I fell asleep again. Like 3 hours, and then I fell asleep for like 5 hours. So it was like almost 2 p.m. and I got my 8 hours in a different way for whatever fucking reason. So yeah. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's just like that's kind of like the consequence of grandiosity sometimes. It's like if you look grandiose to other people, the capability of you to cause more damage just kind of increase basically. So yeah, yeah, kind of. That's kind of the point basically. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, I did more damage this time. That's something. Jeez, these things so fucking annoying, dude. Like really legitimately is. But yeah, it's here's kind of like the frustrating thing over like my life a little bit. Like I'm gonna be real with you for a little bit. It's like yeah, like my entire life ever since I was like what, like 10 years old maybe. I want to say that when I was 10, um kind of like the internet became like my learning space basically. And it's like I remember when I was 10 specifically, I went into the internet and I was like, everything is in English and I don't understand it. I want to understand it. And suddenly it kind of clicked and I kind of started getting the language after like, I don't know, like after like 2 years, I guess I kind of understood the language completely after watching like a bunch of movies with subtitles. I don't know how the fuck that happened, but it's just like it kind of happened. The more that I use the language, the more I kind of like I don't know. It's like English teachers were never the reason why I learned the language. It was just like it kind of clicked for whatever reason. It was like what, like I was 10, 11, 12, and then I felt like I could speak with somebody who spoke English. Like I was 12. Like yeah, it was like 2 years. It took me 2 years from consuming content in English for me to understand the language. Actually, back in the day when I was like like a fucking baby, basically. And yeah, it was like yeah, 13, 14. I was playing MMOs with other English-speaking like kids, basically. And it's like yeah, no, the rest is history. Basically, it's like 15, 16. I started playing Minecraft. I started going to roleplay servers, and it was just like it was a really grand old cozy time, basically just me hanging out with other kids which were speaking the language back in the day basically. And it's like no, they were all American, Canadian, Australian. Like I think I never found a British person actually. I don't think I ever got the chance, but it was probably because like time zones or like the systematic infrastructure of the internet basically. And it's like again, it's like my entire life for like almost a decade was just me hanging out in like the Anglo side of the internet basically, where I was just like where my life kind of became digitalized for like at least 10 years. And it's like those 10 years where my life got digitalized, I kind of like spent it most of the time like feel self-loathing myself that I couldn't hang out with the people that I kind of met my entire life basically. And yeah, it's like in some shape or form it kind of like affected me a little bit to the fact that I never moved to just learn like a profession and just do anything. I was just like yeah, no, I'm just too chill basically. Like even though that I had like a lot of friends basically back in the day online, I was just like yeah, well maybe they're really fun to interact with, but maybe not. They're not the kind of people that I want to hang out like forever, basically, because I was like, yeah, no, I don't know. It's just like my interests, even though that we have similar interests, I don't necessarily click with them entirely. And it kind of became very difficult for me to click with anybody, even after learning the language, basically, even after learning English, it was very difficult for me to click with somebody. It was incredibly fucking difficult to click with somebody back in the day, basically, and even to this day, it's very difficult to click with somebody. Um, yeah, specifically because like now there's like a lot of people who are kind of like scared in some shape or form, I think. Yeah, I think that in the modernity people are kind of scared to kind of like not offend anybody basically on the internet because of cancellation threats or whatever the fuck. And yeah, it kind of became the rest is history at that point. It just me as a person, I kind of like found myself self-loathing the fact that I couldn't live in any of those countries after emotionally investing myself in the language in some shape or form, basically. And it's like, yeah, that self-loathing kind of like never manifested into anything like physical, actually. It never manifested into anything like how do I put it? It never manifested into something tangible, should I say. It was just like, yeah, well, I just like hanging out with like English speaking people and just see what they say. And even then, I never actually click with them anyway. So yeah, it was kind of like, it was kind of like, it was kind of like an acceptance that is just like, yeah, maybe the language is not the reason. It's just like probably I'm just not finding the right people for me to hang out with or something. And yeah, it just kind of became that kind of thing where it was just like, I don't know, just me working out, feeling lonely, feeling like there was nothing for me elsewhere, me feeling that I'm not good enough, maybe. And it was just kind of like, and kind of like insecurity kind of became this kind of thing where like I felt insecure about everything because like, whoa, what if I'm the problem? What if like I cannot click with everybody because like it's me or something? But it's like the more that I kind of realize, the more that I lived, the more interactions I've had with people, the more I kind of understand that it's just like, no, it's just no, it's more complicated than that. I don't think I'm necessarily entirely the problem, basically. Some people can look at me as a problem. Like, definitely, some people can look at me as a problem according to their perspective. But yeah, you can never see yourself as a problem, really. You never should be. You never should look at yourself as a problem. Other people are going to look at you as a problem, but you should never look at yourself as the problem. Because at that point, if you look at yourself as the problem and they look at you as the problem, well, they're going to try to solve you into eliminating yourself at that point. And that's kind of the whole thing, basically. It's like it kind of becomes in this aspect in life where, yeah, in life you should never look at yourself as a problem because other people will do that for you and solve you, basically. Other people will gaslight you into thinking that you are the problem. Some people are going to gaslight other people into thinking that you are the origin of all problems. When in reality, it can be something as simple as jealousy or something as competition, basically. Competition is kind of like the core aspect of everything. And it's like out of my observations, basically, if somebody looks at you as a problem, as a threat of some sort, it means that they feel intimidated in some shape or form. And if they feel intimidated, there's a reason for them to feel like to feel intimidated by your presence, basically. And if that is the case, it kind of becomes the only solution for you to have is to not see yourself as a problem. You should never see yourself as a problem. Never. even if you are causing problems, you should never look at yourself as the problem, because you're never going to be able to solve anything if you think that you're the origin of all trouble. And if we're completely honest, everybody is the origin of problems. An influencer can cause trouble just by opening their mouth. Really, that's just logic, basically. An influencer opened their mouth and they're causing problems because, like, now suddenly everybody's panicked and they need to behave in a particular way. Okay, cool. Well, that's the situation that we're looking at. Do you think that that decision that the influencer took in order for them to take a specific direction is the most rational one? Not necessarily. It can be it can have its own reason, but it's not necessarily for the better good. It can be for their own benefit. Okay, if that is if an influencer is saying something for their own benefit, do you think that their own benefit can involve your suffering as a payment for their own benefit? Yes, actually. If they think that you're the problem and you suffering solves the problem, then that is the aspect of that type of shit. And at that point, I kind of have to look at the sad fuckers who are following that type of influencer and be observant about it and be like, hey, I really cannot look up to a person that is actively trying to destroy my life, basically. I cannot look up to that type of person, and I cannot look to the kind of people who are obedient dumb fucks who don't have any kind of like reflective thought about their actions, basically. I cannot be rational to somebody who is clearly just obedient to a person who thinks that they're absolutely right about everything that they do because they have to. I just simply cannot favor that type of attitude. It's impossible for you to favor that kind of attitude, basically. It's literally impossible. It's like, in some shape or form, if you think about it, somebody is gonna look at you. They're gonna look at you and they're gonna say, you're a traitor because you didn't obey whatever the sad fuck that we're following wanted. You're a traitor because you did not get in that fucking dog suit and started licking our savior's motherfucking feet. You're a traitor because you didn't submit to the dumb, stupid, shitty ideas that the people that we idolize kind of said before. You're the problem because you didn't humiliate yourself for the person that we think is the rightful owner of everything. And that's kind of like the core aspect of our lives, basically. Our lives are full of imbeciles who just follow orders of somebody who has been long enough in the space and that have no critical thinking other than the fact that they have an emotional attachment to a specific person. Basically. That's just what it is, basically. So, in that world, it kind of becomes very complicated to be right about everything. It's impossible. It's impossible to be right about everything. It's unlikely for you to be. It's unlikely for you to be a genius and to be right about everything. It's literally impossible. It's physically impossible. Specifically in the world of society, it is even more impossible. In the world of science, okay, maybe you can be right about that. That's the only comfort that you have. Okay, in the world of science, you're always going to be right about some factual information about something, or that there's a common consensus about something, or, well, not necessarily even. It's like people kind of have the validation that the laws of science are the ultimate solution to everything, and that they're the absolute truth to everything, when in reality it's just a partial illumination of what we have in front of us, basically. It may not necessarily be the entire picture, but it's a partial illumination over what actually happens in a particular situation. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's the absolute truth of the world. It just means that it's an incomplete vision of the world that it's always constructing onto itself until we discover something else. So, yeah, basically, essentially what I'm trying to say is you're a dumb fuck. You're a dumb fuck. Your condition makes it everybody is a fucking dumb fuck because we're emotionally attached to people that don't necessarily want the best for us. They don't. Sometimes they don't. And that's just the reality. For fuck's sake! God damn it, dude. So yeah, it's... The more that I kind of look at it, the more I'm just like... Yeah. Like, objectively, every single time that I look at at an overwhelming Titan, basically, I just kind of have to be a little bit... Yeah, I just kind of have to spit in the ground and be like, bitch, you know what you're doing. I know what I'm doing. Why are you suddenly pretending to be so self-entitled about your stupid bullshit? We all know what this existence is really about, basically. Especially in the worlds of society. We know what the existence of society truly is like. Don't start pretending that you know everything. Maybe you have more information than I do, and that gives you validation that you have more capabilities of doing anything. Maybe that's just possible, that is probable. But just because you have the information doesn't fucking mean that you got the right to do everything that you can do, or that you want. It doesn't mean that you should do everything that you're doing. Jeez. Oh, what the fuck? So yeah, basically, that's kind of the thing, really, when it comes to, like, certain aspects of life. It's just... Suddenly I kind of find myself, like... Suddenly I really find myself, like, I don't know how to put it, basically, but... Suddenly I really find myself scratching my head over what kind of sad fucker tries to psychologically manipulate people out of the nature of their own existence. Like, they have to be some sad fuckers. There has to be some sad fuckers out there, some really fucking sad fuckers, to kind of like just go out of their way to destroy other people's lives, basically. There really has to be. Even with the infinite knowledge that they have, they really have to be sad in some shape or form. Really. or just some heavily stressed fuckers who cannot handle everything, which is also a possibility, really. They cannot handle everything that life throws at them, and it's understandable. Basically, it just becomes physically impossible. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. But yeah, it's just like a little bit frustrating from my perspective, basically. It's like emotionally, how do I put it? The emotional investment that some people can have towards something, it can really determine how like they behave later, basically. Sometimes there are some injuries that are very difficult to handle, basically. Really. And yeah, it's like, I mean, I kind of have to be real as well, because like, exploitation, well, always happens to people who think that they're getting the better deal, basically. But yeah, it's just like, sometimes the exploitation that people go through is so humiliating that it's kind of like leads them astray from a dignified life, basically. So yeah, it's much more complicated when you kind of like look at it, and when you look at the emotional attachment that other people probably had at some point. It's probably part of the reasons, basically. Yeah. Yeah, it's much more complicated than just saying one side is more right than the other one. It's just, well, yeah, maybe one side is more fucked up than the other one, but it's just like nobody is taking effort to solving the fucked up one, really. And people are gonna gaslight people into solving their own problems, basically. Or maybe even thinking that it's not their responsibility in some shape, basically. But yeah, it's like, to conclude a little bit, I guess, really, it's just like unfortunately I got myself emotionally invested too deeply about certain cultures, basically. Like, that was part of it, basically. That's part of my life, essentially, which is kind of like the big problem, essentially. It's just like no matter what you do as a person, sometimes it's like you consume, like, I don't know, visual, like, for example, in my case, I consumed visual novels my entire life, or like anime, or like any kind of like game or some bullshit. I'm still consuming that kind of shit, basically. And it's like, it's very frustrating to know that a lot of things aren't really made for the place that you kind of like live, basically. And it's like, that's kind of the sad part about it, essentially. It's just like, yeah, nobody cares enough about the place that you live. And it's like that's kind of like very devastating when you've consumed a lot of things from other countries, basically. I think that's kind of the core aspect of everything. So so yeah, it's like it's a very difficult pill to swallow sometimes, you know? It's like, yeah, they just don't care enough. People just don't care enough about you, basically. They care about feeling self-entitled about something. They care enough about, I don't know, feeling superior, but and yeah, I guess it makes sense, really. They kind of have to care about feeling superior over every other people, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's like, as a person, I've become a little bit cynical about everything, basically. And yeah, I kind of have to, as a person, I guess, as a streamer, I guess I've become a little bit more aware of like certain situations, basically. It's so frustrating to be so deeply emotionally invested into something just for it to be crushed in the most devastating way, basically. It's very difficult, basically. It's incredibly difficult to kind of have that insight, basically. And yeah, it's like I remember there was this multimillionaire kind of guy that apparently he had what's it called? Like, there was this story about this multimillionaire guy that he was like, that he kind of like was talking to the maids that his people hired, basically, and how he basically saw the horrible stories that that person had to go through to get to the place that she is, which is kind of like just being a house, like, I don't know, like a maid for a hotel or something. And yeah, it kind of becomes that kind of thing where it's just like, so much for, like, what exactly do you think that the land of dreams really means, actually? What do you exactly think that the land of dreams is really made of? Is the land of dreams made out of devotion to make people devoted over something, to make people vulnerable so that they can just, I don't know, being used and disposed at some point? It's like, yeah, it's like, there's always consumerism, and there's always going to be consumerism no matter where you're from, basically. But I think that it does come to the point where there's some limits to certain things, basically. And yeah, it's like, what do you think that it's something terrible about life? What do you think that it's terrible things that people force other people to do in order for them to, like, kind of like stand out, basically? What do you think that people are capable of to make them feel like they're worthy of something? And it's like, we kind of have to be a little bit observant over what kind of attitude some people take, basically. It's like, do you think that there are going to be rich people, there are going to be powerful rich people who are going to gaslight you into thinking that you're not worth enough something? And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. What do you think that is going to happen if you go into the door and you kind of like realize that the things that you're fighting for are just for you to submit to an asshole who has had it a little bit too good in life, and he will forever get something better out of you, basically. Yeah, it kind of becomes this kind of situation where like submission never makes a lot of sense, basically. Submitting to people never makes too much, it doesn't make too much sense in the end, really. Motherfucker, okay. Uh so yeah, it's such a weird feeling actually to kind of realize that how specifically how specifically life can really develop, basically. How life truly develops, how we think the best life is, how some people treat you if you must be treated in a specific way, how other people treat you so that you belong to a specific box specifically. They can treat you like shit in order for you to kind of like fall into a specific box in a specific dream or something. And yeah, like specifically, it's like, I don't know how to put it basically, but it's incredibly frustrating to be forced into a box out of your free will, basically. It's incredibly fucking frustrating. It really can be really frustrating. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's incredibly frustrating to know that people are always going to try to push you into something that they want to see specifically. It's really frustrating to kind of like realize that, and it's like technologically you can push people into a specific type of box or something. It's like, yeah, no, it's not a box that you want to live in sometimes. It really isn't. Sometimes it really isn't. Sometimes that's kind of the funny thing about it, basically. It's just like, what kind of box do you think that you want to live in, really? Like, for me specifically, the kind of box that I wanted to live in was just kind of like have people around me that I care and just live in a countryside or something, basically. Or like I don't know, kind of like yeah, it's like my fantasy has always been like a traditional Japanese house or something. Like unironically, a traditional Japanese house in the countryside, kind of like sounded really nice, something. But along with people that I care about, basically. But it's kind of like, yeah, it's too much to ask because everybody's just going to the city anyway. So that's like, that's kind of the funny thing about it, basically. It's just like, yeah, but there's better houses everywhere. Why the fuck do you want to live in a countryside, on the countryside? Nobody wants to fucking do that. You should probably aspire to have a castle somewhere in the middle of the city or something. You should aspire to have the most expensive beach house in the country that you live or something. You should aspire to those things. Why aren't you aspiring to those things, little fellow? Why aren't you aspiring to those fucking things? And it's just like, dude, it's like everybody aspires to something, you know? It's like, it's very difficult to aspire to something that kind of hates you sometimes. And it's like, that's kind of the thing. Is like, I feel like Americans can kind of relate a little bit with that. Where it's just like, sometimes you really don't want to aspire to a destiny that absolutely hates you. You don't want to support a world that hates you, basically. You don't want to pay money so that people stop hating you. It's like, no, I just want to live my own life. What the fuck do you want me to behave like? I'm not supposed to be your toy or something. People sometimes do believe that they're everybody's toys or something, but yeah, it's like in the land of like, even in the land of freedom, that's something that happens, basically, where like people get treated like toys and unusable objects, and they dispose of them at some point. In every country, it happens, basically. It's like, why don't you aspire to be this, so I can act, so you can have some value in society or something? I'm over here thinking, dude, it's like, if satisfying you is the final objective, damn, I really want to be the kind of guy that doesn't satisfy you, actually. Like, I really don't want to be the kind of guy that satisfies your vision or something, because you seem to be a pedantic little fucker that doesn't understand anything about life in general. I was like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's like, it happens in America, it happens in Mexico, it happens everywhere, basically. There's always going to be fuckers who want to be the dream of everybody. It's like, yeah, no. Sometimes when that happens, a lot of terrible things happen. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. So yeah, it's like every situation is really different, basically, and I'm not trying to hate on people who think different, but it's just like, yeah, sometimes I hate on people that that kind of escape a little bit too hard, basically. It's like everybody wants to escape, really. Everybody wants to escape the condition that they absolutely hate. Like a rich person is gonna want to escape a condition that they absolutely hate if they're surrounded by other rich people who are abusing people a little bit too hardcore, basically. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's like maybe there's rich people who look at other rich people and they're like, hey, you know what? I may be rich, I may be a little bit filthy from time to time, but at least I'm not that fucker who's abusing people a little bit too much. Abusing people a little bit too outside of their humanity or something. I was like, yeah, maybe there are people who are like that, basically, or maybe not. Who really knows, basically. There's always going to be people who think differently. Ouch. So yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit. What do you think that you're doing the best, basically? What do you think your objective is at the end of the day? Do you think that you're doing something great by submitting to things that you shouldn't really submit to? Do you think that you're making everybody's lives better if you're submitting to that type of attitude? Do you think that that's the right thing to do? It's like, no, you kind of have to raise the quality of life of people, basically. What's the point? I mean, yeah, for the sake of competition, maybe you're doing that so that you look better by comparison, sure, but it's just like, but it's like there's like a lot of wealthy people who think that who have been validated so much that they just get away with everything, basically, and sometimes everything can be something incredibly fucking tragic. So yeah, that's kind of the deal when it comes to like a lot of things, really. What kind of attitude do you think that you should take sometimes? What do you think that it's the best attitude to take? Because here's kind of the deal, really. It's like, do you think that eating too many lives of people, eating too much possibilities of people for them to have a different life, do you think that that's something that it's good for you and everybody around you, basically. Do you think that it's a good thing for you to kind of like motivate that type of mentality? And it's like, yeah, no, not really. Not only do you make life a little bit more boring because people aren't motivated to do anything with their lives if too many people get away with too many things, basically. But yeah, it's like, what exactly do you think that it's the right point where you can actually have a happy life at that point? Is like, if you don't have any guy that kind of aspires to, I don't know, just become a chef or just have their own super restaurant, or like, I don't know, have their own bakery or something, like something unique about them. If you don't give motivation enough to those kind of people, do you think that that's going to be a good thing in the end? Do you think that that's going to be great for the people around them? It's like, no, not really. As I mean, maybe somebody out there wants to have a pizza diner which with authentic pizza or something, and they're just like, hey, well, I don't know, nobody cares to open a pizzeria that does anything interesting. It's like, no, yeah, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Or it's like nobody cares about, I don't know, opening a bar that is kind of like nice and cozy or something. Nobody cares about making like an interesting bar with like live singing or something. I don't know. Nobody cares about making a fun playground for the kids, basically. You're not Nobody's gonna care about giving their 10-year-old a magical like a magical birthday or something. That's kind of when it hits me a little bit. It does hit me from time to time a little bit. It's like, it's kind of like the interesting thing about life in general, man. It's just like, I don't get it. I don't get why we cry about that stupid shit, basically. I don't, really. I really don't, to be honest with you. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, honestly. I honestly have no idea, actually. Yeah, like it did hit me right now, actually. Thinking about that bullshit that hit me a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. It did hit me a little bit, basically. So that's kind of the thing, really. It's kind of like the thing that pisses me off sometimes, I think. What do you think it's the most ideal thing for a person? You know, what do you think is the most ideal? What do you think it's a dream that you can give to people, basically? Well, what exactly do you think is the right dream to give to other people? Like, do you think that the right dream to give to people is to just become slaves of the system eternally and just never have anything for themselves? It's just, what do you think what do you think it's the like, do you think that that's the point of life, basically? Just dropping everything and just dying on the side of the road or something? Do you think that's the whole point of everything? I don't know. It's just, for the longest time, it just kind of hit me as that kind of situation where it's just like, I don't know, actually. I don't know. Some people just some people want to dress up as Batman or something. Some people want to dress up as the Joker or something. I don't fucking know. And maybe that will be the best birthday party ever. I just don't fucking know, man. I actually don't fucking know. What the fuck? I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. Some people just want pictures of Spider-Man. Some people just want to be Spider-Man. That's it. Uh, that's kind of the point, really. Uh, uh, uh. Okay, that did hit me a little bit more than it should have, actually. It really did, to be honest with you. You really need a tissue or something, honestly. Give me a moment. Man, that shit really hit me for out of left field. Actually, I don't know. I don't really know, to be honest with you. Uh, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Like, yeah, growing up, you're always like changing over what you want, basically. Sometimes you want to be Batman, sometimes the Joker, sometimes Spider-Man, sometimes just you just want that guy to be. You want to be that guy. Sometimes you want to be Mysterio. Sometimes you want to be whatever the fuck comes to your mind, basically. And sometimes you become a blood-sucking vampire that sucks the life out of the entire world, basically. Sometimes you do, actually. But yeah, it's like, what exactly is the Land of Dreams? Is it a place? Is it a? Can you place it on the map? Can you place on the map the place that is supposed to be the place of dreams? Some people will say a specific place. Others just will just point at themselves or something. I don't know. But yeah, what exactly do you think? Do you believe that is the right thing to do at that point? Sometimes offending, sometimes just offending enough people to get enough attention is the only way. Sometimes that's the only way that you can actually get to people, I think. Sometimes that's just kind of the thing. Okay? Ow. Oh my fucking god, okay, cool. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes it's just, yeah, I know. It's like as a person, I do get a little bit frustrated from time to times because the world kind of like vanished into this nihilistic world where, like, I don't know, everybody can do things for you and you never have to do anything for yourself. Uh, and if everything does for you, and that's kind of the thing about it. Again, I've said it before. If everybody does everything for you, at some point somebody's is gonna choose you to die. They're gonna choose you to die over them because you gave them the ability to choose for you specifically. And yeah, I think that's kind of like a big problem. I think that's kind of a problem, really. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. I don't know. Sometimes, sometimes as a person, you really do break down over stupid shit, basically. Sometimes you do. But sometimes that stupid shit is the reason why you're happy, really. Yeah, kind of. Sometimes. Yeah. God fucking damn it, okay. Yeah, pretty much, actually. So yeah, part of me, even although that I kind of like enjoy all those kind of like series, like I don't know, like Dragon Ball, like motherfucking like motherfucking like DC and Marvel and medieval shit. I don't know. Even though that I kind of like enjoy that kind of thing, really. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like it's kind of weird specifically to kind of like stick to that type of thing, really. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just like I don't want to take away the dream of some sad fucker trying to give their 10-year-old a Batman party or something. Like, I'm not trying to do that, but yeah, it's like, yeah, you never know. Actually, you never know what can work and what cannot. Basically, really, you really cannot. Oh my fucking god. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know what exactly. That's kind of the thing, really. It's like, I guess I've had an internal debate for like the longest fucking time over what is the best for people sometimes. And it's like, I guess I never actually stopped to think about what is the best for myself specifically. Like, I actually never did think about that, basically. I think more about what's better for people than what is best for me specifically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's like, is it healthier for me to look at myself as who I am, basically, be a fucking blood sucking parasite that just sucks the life energy out of people whenever it's convenient? It's like, well, yeah, sometimes that happens. Actually, sometimes that happens. Yeah, I mean, oh, what the fuck? Okay, cool. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, who knows, really? Yep. Pretty much, I think. Yeah, pretty much. God fucking damn it. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Like, yeah, it's so complicated, honestly. It's just there's always gonna be preferences, I think. It's like, yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, cool. Uh, yeah. Like that's kind of the thing when it comes to like this thing called equality or whatever. It's like, what exactly is equal? What do you think it's equal? Somebody got something that you really wanted, and that's equality? People are not gonna be happy with that kind of shit, actually. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. I don't think so. Like, a lot of people aren't going to be happy about that kind of situation. A lot of people are gonna call it injustice or something. Yeah, and specifically, that's kind of the thing. Is like, what big injustice do you think that has happened to you, that something that you really wanted, or somebody that you really wanted gets ripped out of you? What do you think that that's going to be? Do you think that's going to be justice, or do you think that's going to be injustice? To some people, it's going to be justice. To the one that got ripped off, well, that's injustice or something. And that's kind of the thing about it, basically. What kind of sad fucker thinks that everything that they do is the just thing? Somebody who has never suffered in their entire life is the kind of person that will look at justice as something rightful that they're doing, basically. Oh my fucking god, of course. So yeah, it's like partially. That's kind of the funny thing about it, really. What do you think? What do I think that people want out of me? Want out of me specifically? And it's like, again, it's kind of like I've become the nemesis, I guess. Really. To some, I've become the nemesis. To others, I've just become somebody. And yeah, that's kind of like a. It's kind of like living and not living at the same time. You're dead to some people. You're living to others. That's just kind of how it is, really. Something something double face, something something. Oh, the mayor got his face burned. Now half of his face is dead or something. Yeah. Well, that's the funny thing about it, I guess. I suppose, really. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck, dude? So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's like, let's just be honest. The entire world is hypocritical at some point in their life, and they have to do so in order for them to survive, basically. Yep, pretty much. Yep. It's like, why is Spider-Man Spider-Man? Why isn't he just a spider cop? That's kind of the funny thing about it, if you look at it from that perspective. And why aren't cops doing their job? Who knows, really? Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. Who knows? What the fuck? So yeah, that's kind of the whole point about everything, I think. Really. Oh my fucking god, of course. So yeah, riddle. I guess riddle me this, Google Batman. Something something. What is something that lives long enough to become the villain? What is it exactly? I guess that's kind of the thing, really. Sometimes. Riddle me this, Batman. What do you think is the most exciting thing for life? Do you think that pain and suffering is what gives essence to everything? Do you think that our happiness is what gives essence to everything? Does it mean something to you when somebody that you don't like succeeds? Does it mean something to you? Or do you have to ignore it? What do you think is the right thing to do at that situation? Who knows? Okay. Well, that was easy. Moonvale. Okay, cool. Alrighty then. Let's just do whatever the fuck we do always, which is get pictures of Grimm's butthole or whatever the fuck that even means. I don't know, actually. What the fuck does that even mean, dude? What the fuck does that even mean? I don't know exactly what. Okay. Was that it, or was there something else here? Uh, you know what's kind of funny about Dragon Ball, should I say? It's like you know what it is. You know what's kind of the interesting thing about Dragon Ball in general? Is like, personally speaking, I consumed it so much when I was a child, actually, that it doesn't do anything to me anymore to some level, because it's just like, yeah, it's part of you, so you don't even mention it. It's just kind of like, yeah, whatever. It's part of me. Like, whatever. Dude, if you're Mexican, you know Dragon Ball from left to right, bottom center. Like, what the fuck are you supposed to do in certain situations, really? Like, you know it. And it's kind of like, yeah, well, that's the thing, really. Oh, shit. Oh. Well. Yeah, sometimes. And yeah, I guess that's kind of the thing, really. That's kind of the thing. Okay, cool, awesome. Whatever the fuck that is. Just wasted like 6 potions or whatever the shit. Okay, alrighty then. Cool, awesome. Yeah, well. Yeah, it's kind of funny, really. It's like for the longest time, you know what's kind of the funny thing about it? It's like at some point within my own head, I kind of thought to myself, dude, what if my character made it into this universe or that universe? But I never thought about my universe, actually. I guess I never really thought about that. Really. I guess I never really did. I guess. Well, I did at some point. Yeah, I guess I did at some point or something. Hmm. Ash of War Sacred Blade. Okay, yeah, sure. Have I been here before? Yeah. Or maybe not. Okay, well. Sacred Tear. Flask of Wondrous Physique. You can carry crystal tears at the bases of minor air trees and elsewhere through the lands between. At size of grace, you can mix 2 crystal tears and a flask of Wondrous Physique. This will allow you to create elixirs with various custom effects. What the fuck does that even mean, actually? Yeah, sure, whatever. Whatever the hell that means, I guess. Read message. Could this be a message? Maybe. Okay, so this is a checkpoint. Um... Oh, hello. Okay, some crabby eggs. Cool. Can I level up with 9k? Is that a thing that I can do? Flasks. Use Sacred Tear, sure. Talk to Melina. Level up. Okay, I need... What do I need exactly? I feel like this weapon that I have is pretty decent. Right, actually. Okay, equipment. What do I need for... Okay. Strength. Rusted Anchor. Moonveil. Intelligence 23. Okay, causes blood loss buildup. Bloodhound's Fang. Dude, a lot of like these weapons have that exact same effect. Bloodlust buildup. Surprisingly, a lot of them have that. So I don't know how to feel about it. A pike. I mean... Intelligence 23. How much do I have? 9. Okay, well, that's gonna be annoying, I guess. You know what? I need some HP, actually. I feel like I do need some HP. Since I have so many, like, ears and shit.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you?
I'm interested.
Well, in Marika's own words, my lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Well, perhaps that might serve you in lieu of a maiden's guidance.
What the fuck did she say? Okay, yeah, whatever. With this menu, you can mix 2 crystal tears in a flask of wonders to seek. Basic. This will allow you to create basics with various custom effects. Okay, cool. What does that mean? Okay. Okay. Okay, so what does that mean, actually? Okay, so... Flask of Wonders Basic. So I can boost myself to cure myself and reduce damage for a little while. Which... Wait... Yeah, that probably should be the way to do it. Okay, I cannot do that. Okay, probably on equipping this. And this. Sword, 1, okay, what the fuck do I do? Okay, so I can switch between two of these, actually. Okay, makes sense, actually. Equipment. Attack power, intense scaling. Okay, sure. Okay, lump of flesh. Didn't I just collect this already? Hello? Ow. Okay, cool. Whatever the... Okay, beast blood. And whatever the fuck that is. Cool. Yeah, that's so annoying, actually. Ah. Wait, what the fuck is this place, actually? I've never been here before. What in the shit is this place, actually? What the fuck? Okay, well... That's interesting. Well, this is new. Finger remedy, okay, understand. Hello? You move so slow, actually. Okay. Okay, yeah. So, how is that gonna work, actually? In numbers, they're annoying. Alone, they're probably super easy. Okay. Siofra River. Melted mushroom. Time for tranquility. Try fingers, then fire. Silver firefly. Seek east. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. How is that gonna work? They can pull you in as well, a little bit. Smithing stone. Okay, cool. Maybe this will work. Okay, cool. Okay, so they kind of pull you in with every stab or something. Cool. Okay, cool. Oh my fucking god, of course. These things are super annoying, actually. But yeah, like, honestly, that's... I guess I talked a lot this stream, huh? Yeah, it's kind of like, it's kind of difficult to kind of like agree on something in certain things. Like, specifically, the problem is that we as people, we're always kind of like trying to catch on to something to make us feel happy about something, really. And it's like, unfortunately, like, even though that we really enjoy a lot of things, yeah, sometimes even the things that we kind of enjoy together, it doesn't make us be happy with who we are sometimes. It really doesn't, basically. It's like, no matter what you do, you're gonna be, somebody's gonna be the hero and somebody else is gonna be the villain. If you have the strength to do something, you're suddenly the hero and you can get painted as a hero. And that's kind of the thing, really. That's kind of the thing, really. That's tragic, really. That's sad, even. That really is sad in some universes. That is incredibly sad. It's like sometimes even those who appear to be the best people just really aren't. I guess that's kind of the point. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the point, really. So what do you think that it's the abyss for people, basically? What exactly do you think it's the abyss? What exactly do you think that it's evil? What do you exactly think that it's evil? It's suffering evil? It's pain evil? Is disease evil? What exactly do you think it's evil at the end of the day, basically? That's that's sometimes what I kind of like find myself like thinking a little bit. What do you what am I supposed to do now, basically? Because the conclusion that I'm getting about all these kind of things is just like, yeah, nobody's ever gonna be happy, basically. Nobody really is. Like you can spawn Batman into into fucking reality and still be pissed about it. And still find ways for you to like be angry about it, basically. That's kind of the thing, really. So, like, what attitude am I supposed to take at this point? Really? Hey, fingers, butthole. Okay, sure. Okay, what am I to do? Do I just avoid them? I think I might, to be honest with you. Okay, let's see. Smithing stone. Soap! Oh, fuck, okay. Okay, interesting item. Why? Why would I get soap? Is that trying to imply something? That fucking gamers don't know anything about anybody? Really? Yeah, I mean, basically. Um, preserving bolses. What the fuck is that? I don't even know, to be honest with you. I really don't. Oh, thanks. I guess that's kind of the funny thing, really. Pretty colors make everything look better, I guess. That's just really what it is. Really. What? What in the fuck is that? Okay, I'm gonna pretend that I didn't see that shit or something. Really? Hmm. Okay. Okay, there's so much fucking shit right here. I don't even know, to be honest with you. Hmm. Uh... Okay, I'll probably leave it at that. Can't poison me if I'm already poisoned, I guess. Miranda powder. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Okay, okay, awesome. Yeah, cool. Fuck. Okay, yeah, sure. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, cool. Yeah, no, great. Okay, get down here. Okay. Oh, so you're gonna spawn just like that. Okay. Cool. You're just gonna spawn out of thin air. Okay. Yeah, sure. Awesome. Oh, okay. Cool. What am I supposed to do, basically? I defeated like a bunch of trees. I got this stupid like flask. Defeated a bunch of dragons and shit. Some cave monsters, and now what? I feel like I'm just aimlessly playing the game a little bit. Which, I mean, that's probably the purpose of like a sandbox game, if anything, right? Well, not sandbox, but yeah. Partially. You know what? Gonna avoid you. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. I did something, whatever the hell that means. But yeah, it's like, I guess I want to finish today's stream with like a little bit of a thought, basically. Which is... now more than ever, it becomes very important to basically make your own symbols, basically. And I kind of have to put it in this perspective, basically. Like, I don't know if this story is true or false, but it is a story that gets brought up every single time whenever there's an argument about something related to certain branding, basically. And it's the story about this kid that died and wanted to have his favorite character in his gravestone, basically. And it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, well, the company owning the rights of the character didn't want to give the rights to the father to make a gravestone of his child, basically. And it's like, yeah, well, sorry, sometimes we cannot do that because it kind of like dirties the essence of our brand or something, really. It's like, yeah, our brand, it's all family friendly. We really don't need to see a kid with a gravestone with one of our characters. I think it's pretty bad taste or something. We cannot give you that, basically. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing when it comes to like importance towards the symbols, basically. When you get too emotionally invested about a symbol, or emotionally invested about anything, basically. When you get emotionally invested about anything and suddenly the brand decides that you're not brand friendly with that type of thing, basically, because, I don't know, they just don't like you or they just think that you're part of the problem or something, basically, when you have nothing to do with anything, you're just existing, basically. It's like, yeah, it gets to the point where you as a person, you really cannot think of yourself as depending on like your favorite character that somebody else made, especially if the brand owner is just massive and it's just always going to put things on brand on specific types of things, basically. And that's kind of the thing, really, when it comes to like new franchises, new series, people trying to compete so that their thing becomes the most important thing to get marketed at a specific point. Like, it just kind of becomes that kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, no, it's very devastating and it's very painful when something that is emotionally attached to you, it's owned by somebody that absolutely hates you, really. That's kind of the point, and that's kind of the problem with like a lot of modern like stuff, basically. It's just, what exactly do you think that it's the purpose of your existence if the things that you consume that are part of the reasons why you want to stop existing, basically? Suddenly, like, emotions don't really matter until they matter. Emotions don't really matter until your own family thinks that you're an asshole. Then emotions matter. When you're absolutely lonely and there's nobody to support you, emotions suddenly matter, basically. And yeah, that's kind of the thing. Whenever you're like 1 foot in the grave, emotions suddenly matter, and suddenly it's all about being compassionate at a particular given time, basically. And that's kind of like the point, I think, really. It's devastating sometimes. Sometimes that's just kind of how life it really is. Like at some point, somebody is gonna make an anime about something that they went through or that they looked at some point. Somebody's gonna make a comic and an animation about the shit that they went through. And those things are gonna have meaning to their own people, basically. And those people are gonna get obsessed over the happiness of the people that they have shared with, basically. Because again, we're sharing that happiness with those people, basically. If we are able to share that happiness with people, our happiness is sometimes their happiness. Really, that's kind of the thing sometimes. That really is the thing sometimes. Who do you think is the rightful owner of something? Do you think that there's a rightful owner of good, of the good guys or something? Well, certain companies would say that, yeah, they have the absolute right of the characters of good, the symbols of good and hope, basically. And that's kind of the thing, really. Because I own the symbols of hope, I must be the symbol of hope, and I must be the symbol of good. And because I have enough power to do so, I can say that I am the good person. I am the hero of the story or whatever. Yeah. So yeah, like as a person, I kind of like scratch my head around the things that I have been emotionally invested in. And it's like, yeah, I surely do still enjoy certain things, but it's like part of me really ends up just trying to little by little rip out the obsession that I had towards certain things, really. Because it doesn't do me any good to be obsessed about certain things, basically. Even if they made me extremely happy at the time, basically. Like, there are plenty of things that have made me extremely happy. I can think of 3 series at least of the top of my head that have made me incredibly happy, basically. That have given me purpose, specifically. Like, well, yeah. Wait, okay. Uh, okay, wait. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. Those 3 probably. Those 3 probably. So yeah, it's like if you think about it, that's kind of the problem sometimes. It's just you can have plenty of people telling you that you're doing something wrong or that you're doing something right. And yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. To have the right opinion about something, well, it's very difficult to have the right opinion about something. It's very tough. It's really tough, actually. It's almost impossible. I dare to say it's impossible. Yeah, I dare say it's impossible. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly like where to finish on that kind of like thinking. Like, yeah, like I don't know. I don't think it's despair inducing the way that it used to be on me, basically. I don't think it's that bad. But yeah, it's a little bit disappointing, I think. It really is a little bit disappointing. But yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. So yeah, if anything, the only thing that I'm kind of like taking out of the situation is that in the future some things are gonna evolve once again. Some things are gonna evolve and they're gonna change. They're always gonna change, and they're always going to change for the benefit of the people who are changing them, basically. Not for your benefit, exactly. Even if they say that it's for your benefit, it's physically impossible for somebody powerful to give everything on your benefit. Sometimes it is physically impossible, unless you know them very closely. In which case, yeah, that's your benefit. That can be part of your benefit specifically. So yeah, it's like I end up in a specific situation where like what I used to believe it no longer is, and I believe something new today, I think. Yeah, no, it's much more complicated. Once I've seen the smile of an asshole. I've seen the smile of an absolutely worthless human being, actually. I've seen the smile of somebody who is worthless and doesn't deserve any time, actually. I've seen that smile. And the only thing that I can take out of that situation is just some moments that I will never forget, actually. But that's just my universe, basically. In my universe, that's just what it is, and I really cannot be begging and crying for people to just for them to look at me in a different light. I just cannot. It's just sometimes it's not worth it to humiliate yourself to yeah, it's not good to humiliate yourself just to get the approval of some people. And it's like some people of my country migrate to others, really, and they end up in terrible working conditions, but they get the brand, basically. They get some kind of branding, basically, that they're in the right place at the right time or something, and they're dreaming to get to go big or something. Even if they get humiliated, even if they go through tough shit, even if everything goes to fucking shit, they just believe in that kind of shit, and they take as much pain as possible for the sake of that belief, basically. But sometimes I feel like sometimes you really don't need to be humiliated the way that you need to be, that some people put you through. Sometimes there's no necessity for other people to humiliate you. It's like sometimes you consent to certain things because you believe that that's the only way that you're gonna survive sometimes. I was like, yeah, like social pressure is definitely a thing, basically. But it's like if you give people too much ability for them to humiliate you, what are you gonna end up being? You're just gonna be a walking mattress. You're just gonna be somebody that gets like picked on every single time. You're gonna be the scapegoat of everybody. When something goes wrong, you're gonna be the scapegoat of somebody, basically. You're always going to become the scapegoat. You're gonna become the necessary sacrifice for people to feel like they defeated the big evil guy or something. Really, like they're gonna feel like they've done the right thing by eliminating someone symbolically or something. Even if maybe they just didn't have anything to do with it. They just see the enemy through you in some shape or form, basically. And maybe I'm gonna see that a person that I kind of absolutely despise and see them as the symbol of absolute evil, basically. But even within my own thoughts, I know that it's not entirely true, basically, and it's just somebody incredibly disgusting that exists out there, basically, that thinks that they're right about everything that they say. And that's just what it is. It's just one disgusting person. That's just it. Really. So yeah, I don't know. It's just what do you see exactly? Do you see somebody who is disgusting, or do you see somebody who is beautiful? Who do you see? And it's like, yeah, well, the only alternative that I have is just to, well, just not think too hard about it, basically. It's somebody who is disgusting, really. Somebody that you're kind of disappointed about as well. Yeah. So yeah, it's like it's not everything is exactly how people think that it is, basically. People's lives are like complicated, basically. They really are complicated. And yeah, well, that's it, really. It's not as easy as it looks, basically. It really isn't. Yeah. Anyway, on that note, I'm gonna finish up today's stream. Um, yeah, it's like I'm thinking about it. Maybe I should stream a little bit more in Spanish because that seems to be the thing that heals me the most. I don't know. Doesn't make me feel good. It just makes me feel like healthy, I guess. But yeah, it's just like as a person, I just end up like very split, very twisted with all the ideas that other people like make me go through and just make me try to understand what is truly happening with people's lives, basically. So yeah, it's like the only thing that I can say is don't devote yourself too much to a person. Don't devote yourself. Never devote yourself to somebody else. Never devote yourself to an idea. Never think that your death is going to be the right sacrifice for something to happen. I mean, yeah, taking risks is kind of important sometimes, but don't think that your death is like unnecessary payment for something good to happen. Never think of that. Never think of that. Think of yourself as something important and necessary. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Anyway, tomorrow I'm gonna stream in Spanish. I'll see what I can do there. So, yeah. I'll see you then. Have a good one, everybody. Goodbye.